welcome to a Dune Awakening video. Today we'll be looking into iron and steel. So you can see for iron we need iron ore, and for steel we need something called carbon ore. For iron ore, all you need to do is be in the Vermilius Gap. So once you've finished up things in Hagar Basin South, you will be moving to the Vermilius Gap, whether that's in the east or the west. There are iron nodes everywhere all over the Vermilius Gap. And they look exactly like this. Make sure you got a farming tool that can farm it. You can check it by hovering over and seeing if the mining yield matches what you need to get. So I have the Cutteray MK2. This enables me to get carbon and aetherite, as well as iron, copper, granite and salvage metal. Make sure yours can do this as well. As long as it farms iron though, that's the best thing. And all we want to do is just farm it up like you usually do with the mining mini game. There we go. There's our iron ore. The better the tool, the better the yield. So if you want even more yield, make sure you make a better Cutteray and you'll get even more out of it. So that's iron, and honestly there is iron everywhere all over the Vermilius Gap. I don't particularly need to show you all the locations because it's scattered everywhere. But what I do need to show you is how to get carbon and get onto that. The biomes with carbon in is the Hagar Rift. It is also Jabal of Freet. It is also Jabal of Garb, and all over here as well, El Shark as well. All of this area over here will have carbon ore in it. So here we go, we're in the biome. Make sure you beware of the quicksand in this area. It is that dusty looking stuff. If you land in it, the worm will pick you off and it will be one rude awakening. And here we go, we are in Jabal right now. And this stuff is everywhere, honestly. We are looking for this stuff. So it is this beautiful ore which we can farm. You can pick up crumbs as well if you want. But ideally we're going to scan it and we're just going to hit it with a mining drill. As long as it's good enough, you should be able to farm it. And there is our carbon ore. This stuff is all over, like said, so you can go anywhere all over these biomes. You ideally want a lot of water for steel production as well as iron. There are a couple ways you can go about this. Number one is one of these bad boys, a sickle. Just before dawn at night time, you'll be wanting to look for some water plants to harvest with this scythe. And just hit it like that on top of them and you will get water out of them. You only get it out at night. In the day you won't get any yield, and ideally just before dawn, like 10 minutes before dawn, you want to harvest it because it will be the optimal time to harvest with a scythe. When you get to aluminium tier, the industrial dew scythe is absolutely godly for water, so you absolutely want to unlock this when you get there. But for now in iron tier you can get the MK2 dew reaper, and it will get you tons of water. You can also go the blood route as well by putting multiple improved blood purifiers down, using a blood extractor, and then just making sure you've got a blood sack as well. And then you're going to put the blood into this purifier to make lots of water. I also highly recommend you get a cistern. This will hold extra water for you, whether that's a medium or a small one. And you can also use a wind trap eventually as well, but of course that's going to take a lot of steel, so you want to do these methods first before you get to these methods. But that is how to make steel in Dune Awakening. I hope this video helped, and have a good search over this area and biome for these good pieces of carbon. So like I said, anywhere along here, anywhere there will be carbon absolutely scattered throughout. There's no select patches of it, it's just everywhere.
Zoro.com knows that every job is important. And for more than 10 years, Zoro.com has been delivering tools, parts, and supplies for your business. In stock and ready to ship free the next day. What you need, when you need it. Zoro.com.
In this video, I'm gonna show you how to get a buggy like that for mining in Dune Awakening for absolutely free. You don't need to craft it or anything because you do need lots of material to craft this thing. But I'm gonna show you a way that you can get it for free without crafting. Of course, it's better to craft it yourself because it's gonna be in a better shape. But until you're gonna craft the one for yourself, having another one to use it, for example, to get the material to craft this one, you can use another one that is like almost broken or something that you can get it like very easily with no fighting and stuff. I will show you how. So once you come to this region, if you are still in the Haga base, then I will like recommend finish your quest and try to go like to this map over here to this region. And once you are here, build your camp somewhere in this area, in this location. Like that you will have access to everything in this game, like every material over here very easily. This side, like every location, very like simple. And the buggy, if you are wondering, the buggy is where? It's right over here, the buggy right over this location. So I'm gonna go there right now. I'll show you how to go there with my sand. I won't have any ornithopter or anything like that because you most likely don't have it. We're gonna take a sand bike and we're gonna just cross this place over here and over here, just like that. We have to be careful of this quicksand, so we're gonna go around it like that. And there is a place that we can go up. You're gonna come up here, you're up here like that, and the buggy is right over there. And one thing I will recommend you to have it, especially if you are like a weak player, you want to have like fight and stuff, this ability, this voice ability. Reason for that, there's 3 enemies beside the buggy. 2 of them is really simple to kill, it's not a big deal. But one of them, it's like a guy with a machine gun or something and he have a shield on it. That guy can be a little bit hard to kill if you don't have a good gear. So if you have the voice, what you can do, you can just like voice him. He will come towards you and stand still, and then with your knife you can just like hit him with quick melee and to kill him. And if you didn't kill him with the first try, you can just like go away from him, so he's not gonna shoot you because he's not actually like a minigun. He has a flamethrower, actually, not a minigun, sorry. So you got a flamethrower, you can just like go in range, wait for your ability to come back on, then go towards him, use your voice. He's gonna come towards you and you can just quick melee him again, like a slow melee like that, to penetrate his shield and kill him very easily. Also, you don't need to worry about the worm. If you have a sand bike like that, you can just cross this place over here, but be careful of this quicksand. Don't go inside of it, otherwise you will lose your bike. So you can just like go down to this direction like that and it should be okay. Don't worry about the worm, he won't catch you or anything like that. And even if you have the buggy, you can cross this place with no problem. The worm will like not do anything to you. And now we just cross the place. Now what we have to do, we gotta cross this place over here just like that, and we have to be careful of this quicksand. Now let's go. And now once we are here, we just made it, we are here, and in front of us that is the quicksand over here, so you have to be careful. Either you can go from this side, it says like it's in the quicksand, but it's actually not. You can make it, but if you like scared, you don't want to try this side, you can just go from this side as well with absolutely no problem. So just to show you guys that is okay, you can go from this side as well. I'm gonna go here, you see, it's absolutely okay, you're not gonna die or anything. Now we made it over here. Now we just want to climb this area. Let's just do that. Oh shit, there's a sandstorm over here, so I'm gonna quickly go hide and then we're gonna start the video again. There's a sandstorm. All right guys, so the sandstorm is gone. Now we can go back to the location. Now it's a bit brighter, it's nice. So you just want to keep that. From now you just want to focus on this road. It's very simple and you will make it to that location. Okay guys, so we are here. I waited a little bit to be daytime, it's nicer. And over here there should be like 3 enemies. I'm just gonna activate my shield. I can take like the 2 squishy with this weapon out, and then after that I will show you why we need that voice ability for the 3rd person. For example, this one we can just, that's the guy that we need the voice ability one for. We're just gonna kill this. I kind of want to ignore that guy until I'm gonna take this one out. one of them down. I'm gonna take this guy out as well. He is done. And now it's just me and that guy. Now I'm gonna show you why we need that ability. As you can see, he got shield, right? Now when he's shooting, you can't deal damage to him. You can't kill him that way. But if not, you can get him over here with the voice, and then with your ammo do this, with your melee thing, do this quick attack, and he's dead. Very simply. If not, he can be like really annoying and powerful, but the two way you can kill him, take some distance. Once he shoot, his shield will go down, then hit him with your ranged weapon, or call him with the voice and then just like do quick not quick, like slow attack like this one, and then he will die with no problem. So my gear is not that good as well, and I managed to kill them with no problem. And this is the buggy. As you can see, it's not like really super broken as well. It's not like that broken or anything like that, right? As you can see, you can just like take it and then take it back home, or if you want to like go back with your sandbag or something, or you just want to jump off the cliff to make it faster, you can jump over here, like just jump off and then go back to your camp. It's gonna be faster. You can make this like buggy. You can like detach the parts from it and then take it part by part, and like that you can get yourself a free buggy until you're gonna craft your own one, of course, because if you have your own one, it's way better. But that was it, guys. If you have any question, let me know down in the comment. I'll be more than happy to answer it. And if you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button and the subscribe button, because I will have way more Dune Awakening guides in the future. If you don't want to miss them, then I suggest to hit the like button and the subscribe button. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye bye.
Welcome to paradise. Our Amex Platinum card got us here. Membership takes it next level. Hottest restaurant in town? Booked with Resi. Event access. Endless vibes. Stay out later. Sleep in longer with late checkout. Platinum card membership. For a trip that's nothing less than iconic.
Why is she in an...
By the time you guys watch this video, I'll have spent more than 100 hours surviving in the Dune Awakening beta. And during these days and weeks on Arrakis, there is a lot I have learned when it comes to survival, hydration, base building, PvP, weapons abilities, and so much more. And I wanted to share that knowledge with you guys in the form of a handy tips and tricks guide. Now, if there's any particular questions or information you guys are after, feel free to check the timestamps in the description down below or scrub along in the video. But with that being said, let's jump into surviving in Dune Awakening. Now, it goes without saying, but one of the first things you'll be doing in Dune Awakening is making your character. Now, you may have heard that there is a house system in this game. You can choose between two different factions at launch, Atreides or Harkonnen. And there's a little bit of confusion. Some people think that if you want to join the Harkonnens, you need to make a sort of Harkonnen-looking character, but that is not the case. Your character's visuals here, the presets that you choose from, your customization that you make, whether you have mutton chops or big arms, small arms, tall character, small character, it doesn't actually make any difference on gameplay. Purely just a representation of yourself in the world of Dune. Now, the next step in character creation is choosing your character's background. Again, you might have some questions about how impactful this is. Basically, this dialogue trait up here will give you extra dialogue options when talking to certain NPCs. I don't believe any of them are particularly stronger than other ones, so just go what feels like the right flavor for you. I like to go with Chusuk, because then you also get an emote as well. So it is worth mentioning you do get a custom emote. We'll talk about how you can take a look at that later on. After this, you get another backstory option between your sort of heritage, so whether you're a merchant, nobility, or a peasant. Again, this is just for flavor and a few extra dialogue options. One is not particularly stronger than the other, so just go for whatever sort of role play you like the most. And then finally, you do have a choice that is fairly impactful to your gameplay here. You choose your class. You have 4 different options here, from Swordmaster all the way down to Trooper. My main advice when it comes here is to not pick Trooper, and that's not because Trooper is bad, that's because you can unlock any class abilities in the game just by playing through and completing quests from trainers. And the Trooper trainer just so happens to be very, very early on in the game. Like within the first hour of playing, you'll talk to the trooper trainer and be able to unlock the trooper abilities. So I would strongly recommend choosing Mentat, Bene Gesserit, or the Swordmaster. Swordmaster does get some great mobility to start with knee charge. Mentat has the Sentinel, which is like a turret you can put down, just plays the game for you. And then Bene Gesserit has the voice, which basically disables one person that you're looking at and makes them come towards you. I think the starting ability of knee charge or the starting ability of Sentinel are the best, so I'd personally recommend going with Swordmaster or Mentat, then picking up the trooper abilities, and then later on down the line further in the game you can get all the other abilities as well. Now, quite early on in your journey on Arrakis, you will build a starting base somewhere within the Haga Basin South. Now, my advice when it comes to this base is build small and don't get too overly attached. And the reason behind this is because further on in the main storyline, within like the first couple hours, as you move from the starter area into the next area, the Eastern Vermilius Gap, the game will ask you to open the map and abandon your bases in Haga Basin South. So this base that I have here and this one over here, if I want to continue the main storyline, I'll need to hold down X to abandon base and hold down X to abandon base. Now, one thing that you might want to consider is if you did build something, or if you're like, but I really like that, and I don't want to build it all over again, you can create the Solido replicator. So within research, you have the building section, and then you can make this replicator here at your fabricator. And with that out, you can just point it at your base like so, and I can click copy building. And then I have a replica of the building, and I can place this wherever else I want in the map, provided it's within a subfief. So if we place down a subfief, and then we go ahead and place that down, you can effectively like copy paste your base further up on the top of the map. But yeah, quick tip here, just be aware that again, if we go here, abandon base, yep, definitely get rid of it. It's no longer mine, so the contents now can be claimed by anybody else. And I abandon this base over here, again, there we go, now it's out to anybody else. I should now be able to progress through the main storyline, get more XP, and keep going. So yeah, the game will force you to delete your early base, or at least give it over to the public. But to that extent, if you are going to leave, I would then make sure, to go in, pick up all the machines that I want, loot all of my chests, take everything with me, and maybe even make a copy of the building with the replicator so that I can place it down somewhere else up in the north. Now, while we're on the topic of base building, a few other pieces of wisdom I wanted to share. You might encounter this issue where you are expanding your base, you're adding in new machines, you go ahead and plop one down, and then suddenly everything powers down. You go to the machine and you can't use it. It says no power. But what gives? Your generator has got fuel in it. We still have fuel in here. We'll even add some more fuel into it. But nothing will bring it back up. The reason why this is happening is because you've exceeded your power limit. So if I go to the generator here, general settings, we can see that my circuit power is 75. So this generator is providing 75 power. But each individual machine is sort of contributing to that. So this provides, this is taking 15, this blood purifier over here, this one's taking 10, so I'm actually 5 power over the limit. Now, there are two ways you can get around this. You can either just place down another generator, or you can temporarily turn off another machine. So if I go to this machine here, and then we go to disabled, now suddenly everything will power back up. So yeah, the quickest or the most viable solution is probably just to put down another generator, but then obviously you'll need to put power packs between both of them and keep those powered up so your base doesn't decay, get raided. Alternatively, you can just turn on and off machines as you need it. But yeah, you just want to make sure that the circuit power, the number on the right, is bigger than the number on the left. Another factor to consider when it comes to base building in Dune Awakening is your bike. You either want to create a sheltered space, so either bring your bike actually fully into the base or make sure that it is in a covered area, or alternatively just simply pick it up and put it in the vehicle backup. One thing that you definitely don't want to do is just sort of leave your bike outside of the front of your house like this. Because as sandstorms blow through, or other players, they can kind of like shove it along into the middle of the sand and get it eaten by the sandworm. And like I say, when sandstorms blow in, like we have one coming in from somewhere over here right now, I think. Yeah, we got a pretty big sandstorm approaching. This is going to do a huge amount of damage to the bike. In fact, if I just go ahead and show you here, let's take a look at the vehicle. So we're 88%, 88, 100, 188. And then if we let this sandstorm just ravage this bike a little bit, we'll drive it just a little bit further out. There we go. If you just leave it sort of near the base where you think it's going to be safe, it's very much not. There we go. The sandstorm was blown over. Let's just check in to see how my bike's doing. Probably, it was a pretty brief one, so hopefully we're not doing damage. So yeah, we can see we dropped 77, 96, 99, 77. So yeah, the bike did take a bit of damage just by leaving it out there, and it could have been solved just by either driving it into like a garage, or alternatively, honestly, the best way is just to pick it up and put it inside the bike tool. One other thing I want to mention when it comes to base design and where you build on the map is location and what resources are nearby. It is actually kind of important. You know, again, you don't want to build in the open desert. You guys will probably understand that by now because that's where the worm is. So building close to rocks is obviously a good option, but then you also want to consider what's nearby. So where I built my base here, we're very close to the Wreck of Action, which means I can jump in and get some PvP pretty easily if I want, if I'm inclined to get some PvP, maybe steal some stuff off of some other players. There's also lots of fiber nearby me. If I go just around the corner, I think there's quite a few granite nodes as well. Okay, here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I want to do any base expansion, I've got tons of granite on my doorstep. We have copper, we have iron, and then just behind my base as well, I also have some plants that I can go along with the Dew Reaper and harvest moisture from them as well. So yeah, build a base somewhere, obviously not in the middle of the sands, ideally close to a point of interest so you can go and get some blood pretty easily. If you're interested in PvP, then maybe consider building near one of the PvP wrecks. And yeah, just consider what resources are nearby, because then you can just easily go out and get them. The respawn rate in this game seems to be very, very fast. Whether it will be changed during the release, I'm not entirely sure. But it is just handy to take a look around what's nearby before you just immediately plop that base down. Otherwise, you're just going to have to go quite far out into the desert to other zones. Whereas where I'm at right now, I've got salvage metal, I've got granite, I've got copper, I've got iron, I've got water. I have just like everything right next to the base. It is actually almost like a perfect location in that regard. And one final tip when it comes to building your base, make sure you interact with the Subfief console and set it as your respawn location. I made this mistake several times where I didn't realize I hadn't set it as a respawn location, and then when I die, I either had to respawn at the sort of first beacon that I placed down in the tutorial, or the trading post, or like some of my earlier bases. Yeah, just make sure that when you build a base, especially if you're journeying farther north, that you do set that as your respawn location. Otherwise, you might find it's quite a long run back to get to where you may have died. Within your first couple hours of playing Dune Awakening, you will arrive at the Griffin's Trade Outpost. Now, while you're here, you'll want to talk to this NPC, Gavori. This is the guy who allows you to unlock the Trooper skill tree line, and you can get the Sugar Wire ability and all the other cool stuff. So definitely talk to this guy and finish his quest. One other thing that the main storyline of the quest will ask you to do while you're here is talk to the tradesman Mir. This guy sells just some, standard stuff. A lot of it's pretty expensive. If you sell to him, he won't give you a good rate. But one thing that he sells, and it's unique to this guy, is the Hydra Litajon. Now, this is basically a water bottle, and they are really, really good. I didn't initially understand how powerful they are, but now, after you guys watch the video, you'll understand these are really good, and you should buy as many as you can. I currently have 2 on me right now. I've got another schematic here. The reason why you want to buy multiple schematics is because they are a one-time use. So if I have this schematic here and then I research it, I can now make
Do you have something for the bar?
And if I go
Tribute
to my
or
crafting
something?
section,
Do I
or
look
maybe
like
it's in
an
research,
idiot?
I might need to see it from a fabricator actually. No, there we go. You can see I can craft 7 of these. I've actually bought 7 schematics for this, so I can craft them 7 times. Every schematic allows you to craft 1 more. And like I say, having multiple in the early game, I just think is huge. They can carry so much water. If you get your hydrations getting low on the left side of the screen there, you can just go over to them, hold down F, or you can put them on your hotbar and drink them as well. But they are super handy, super handy. So I strongly recommend that you buy several of those schematics and then learn them. And then when you get a chance, make them at the fabricator. Now, in terms of how do we actually top them up, well, let's move to the next section, shall we? Now, while we're talking about water in Dune Awakening, one of the best tools you can craft early on to help with those hydration issues is the Dew Reaper. Making this will then allow you to grow with the plants and harvest moisture from them and store it in a Litajon. So you will need those Litajons, as we talked about. The MK1 is, honestly super good to get from the starting vendor. And then the other tip to know is that in order to use it, you do have to wait until a certain time of day, and that is after the sun has gone down. Now, ideally, dawn or dusk do seem to be the best times, so just as the sun's setting or just as the sun is rising. But if you go over to the plant, it'll tell you. So we're at a poor harvest time right now, and obviously if you need water, you need the water, and you can find a lot of these all over the place. But yeah, just going over to them and then either holding down the left mouse button or clicking it once and sort of just dragging your character through the area. You will also need a power pack to be able to use this, but again, that seems to be the case. most tools within Dune Awakening. Yeah, pro tip, don't sleep on the Dew Reaper. It is huge. Initially, I didn't really think that this was something I would need, but if you have a Lita-John and you have the Dew Reaper, you can take that stuff, you can go your Lita-Johns, put them to a water cistern. In fact, I'll just show you that setup real quick. So here we go, here's my water storage in my base here. I'll just go in and manage. Sorry, if I go use, and then we can empty the Lita-Johns into this one. There we go, that one's fully topped up. Go to this one as well, deposit. And then we can go back over to the plants, top back up again, and rinse and repeat. And this is just a great way to get water without needing to do combat or anything else. If you just want to chill, and ideally if you can build a base on top of some of them like I have, then you just have your own garden and you can go and get water. I would say at any time of day, but it does have to be at nighttime. One event that you're going to witness fairly often as you arrive in the eastern and western Vermilius Gap is these sort of ships getting blown out the sky and then landing on the ground. Now, if you're anything like me, your first interaction with them is probably going to be a bit of panic as you're trying to figure out how do you get the loot from them, or what can you do with them before Mr. Sandworm gets you. I'm going to give you guys a live demonstration of how to actually deal with the shipwrecks here. So first of all, we want to make sure that we're clear of worms and we're not going to get caught by one of those mercenary ships. And then we're just going to drive up to the edge here. You want to be looking at the side of the ship. Now, sometimes it can be on the top, but in my experience, a lot of the time it's just been on the side. We have this sort of side panel here. You will usually need a cutter ray as well. So in this case, we scan it with the cutter ray, go along the top of it there, and then we can get the loot. And we'll just go ahead and take all. Now, the loot from these can be very impressive sometimes. If you're really lucky, you'll get schematics. Other times, not so much. And from what I've been told, there are sometimes panels on the other side as well. I think we have the luxury of being able to check the other side before the worm pops up. Yeah, we do have a panel on the other side here as well. Let's go ahead and check that one. Climbing on my bike. Oh my goodness. And scanning. Can we get this one? No, maybe this isn't actually one here. So yeah, it's worth, I guess, if you have the time to take a look around, but my experience is there's usually just one panel. In that case, that isn't the one there. You'll usually have like the cutter ray icon pop up. But obviously you don't want to spend too much time here, otherwise the worm is going to get you. But yeah, quick tip there, look for a panel that has the cutter ray symbol, be prepared, have it with you, scan it, slice it, and then get the loot and get out before the worm gets you. One secret or tip that I've only recently learned about when it comes to Dune Awakening is finding buried treasure in the deserts of Arrakis. So to do this, you will need a scanner, either the handheld resource scanner or a vehicle with a scanner attachment. In this case, I have a bike with the Sandbike Scanner Mark II. And what you can do is basically just drive out into big patches of sand and hit the scan button over and over again until you see something pop up. I'm going to play some footage here because they are like a little bit hit and miss in terms of when you can find them and when you can't. But once you do see the icon, as you see on the screen here, you can take out the static compactor and then shoot it at the ground where you see the icon, and you'll get this sort of lightning that comes out, and then a package will pop up and you can get loot out of it. Sometimes the stuff that comes out of this can be very handy, but yeah, if you guys just happen to be driving along the desert or ever you're just near some sort of open sand, hit it with the scanner and see if there's anything nearby. You'll be surprised at what can come out. Obviously, make sure you have the static compactor to loot it though. And the final tip I wanted to give you guys for this video involves surviving the worm. If you find yourself in the terrifying position where you are being pursued in the sands and you're on a sand bike, it is actually possible to escape with your life and simply just offer the sandworm your bike instead. The reason why this works is because the sandworm follows vibrations, so if you are speeding along on a bike and you jump off, the bike will make a lot more vibrations than you do, or a lot more sound, and the worm will follow the bike. Now, there is a little bit of timing to this. I've tried it a few times, and sometimes I have just gotten myself eaten by the worm. And honestly, my best advice is, you know, if you're in this situation, try and drive through some rocks anyway, but yeah, if there is, you guys do find yourself in a spot where the worm is going to get through, you can actually jump off the bike. You need to do it fairly early on, and then the worm will continue to hold the bike.
Water is empty!
However, if you're out in the desert, in the middle of nowhere, then you're now going to have to run on foot, and the worm is likely going to get you on your second time. So you do need to be somewhat close to rocks, but yeah, just as a tip, if you're on the bike and the worm's going to get you, it's going to get you on the bike anyway, so you may as well try this and see if it works, where if you jump off the bike and then have the worm eat that instead of you. Again, if you're close to rocks, just drive for the rocks, but this strategy might come in handy for those of you who don't think you're quite going to make it and you just want to offer Shai-Hulud something instead of your body. And friends, that's where we're going to wrap up this video. There are many more tips and tricks I could give when it comes to surviving on Arrakis and playing Dune Awakening, but this one I wanted to focus more on the early game since that's where, when we release this video, that's probably going to be the most appropriate part of the game for you guys to focus on. If there's any other tips or videos that you'd like to share with the players, feel free to leave them in the comments down below. If you have any other questions on some more gameplay, you can come chat with me live on Twitch. I'm going to be streaming lots and lots of Dune Awakening during the release period, so check out the link in the description down below. You might even have some space for people to come join us in the server and in our guild. If you want any more Dune Awakening content, I do plan to release many more guides and builds here on the channel, so subscribe for those, like this video if you enjoyed it, and I'll catch you guys all in the next one.
And be fun.
With Asana, AI teammates can help level up your goals by connecting them to relevant projects, so every team knows their role in the bigger picture. Asana, the #1 AI work management platform. Try for free today at asana.com.
Dune Awakening is an ambitious survival MMO with a lot of unique systems that all play into long-term progression. And when it comes to any survival game, there's a lot you need to learn, and quickly. My name is Kodiak, this is Legacy Gaming, and this is our ultimate beginner's guide for Dune Awakening. Today, we're going to go over a lot of basics, but in ways that not only help you understand foundational systems, but how they expand towards endgame progression so you know what pitfalls to avoid or advantages you can gain. Water in Dune, as you'd expect, is a precious resource, and because there isn't any sort of hunger system in the game, it's critical you master this system. It's essential to not only learn how to effectively manage your own water, but also how to conserve, transport, and store this resource, which becomes even more essential throughout progression. When starting out on Arrakis, you won't have many options to stay hydrated. The most important thing you can do is stay out of the direct sunlight during the day. If your sun exposure meter fills up, you'll enter a state of exhaustion that will rapidly deplete your water within seconds. Keeping to the shadows and wearing proper gear will go a long way to mitigating this effect. If you're short on water, below 1 pip on your meter, your best early option is to find patches of vegetation and drink the dew from their leaves. However, this is just a stopgap, as you'll only be able to recover up to 1/3 of your max water with this method. Getting a base up and running should be a top priority, as you'll need to craft a blood extractor, blood sacks, and at least 1 blood purifier station. After killing an enemy, you'll want to use the blood extractor to siphon blood into your blood sack containers. You'll then take the blood back to your base, deposit it in the blood purifier, and wait for that to be converted into clean drinking water. This marks the beginning of your ability to store water long term. If you didn't already know, you'll go through thousands of liters of water progressing, so understanding this cycle early on is key to a smooth endgame progression. The last thing you'll want to do is reach the iron or even steel tier and be stuck waiting to purify water that you could have been storing all this time. Not a complicated process, but it can be a singular choke point that holds you potentially your way back. If you're playing in a group, we recommend having at least 1 blood purifier per player, since each person can easily keep a single station topped off with blood. You'll also want to start investing in cisterns, which automatically store all water created by purifiers. The key here is that blood purifiers can only hold 1,000 milliliters of water before they stop converting blood to water, while cisterns each have a 5,000 milliliter capacity, allowing you to store much more for easier expansion. Then we get to the liter johns. These are essentially canteens and allow you to transport a sizable amount of water on your person. You can fill these up from cisterns or purifiers, and even take advantage of water containers you find out in the world to keep yourself topped off. As you get into the iron and steel tiers, you should look to trade out your lower blood sacks for higher tiers. While the overall weight of these usually doubles, their blood storage capacity triples or quadruples. This shaves off weight while also bringing in more blood for your team. Once you're in the iron tier, you should also get yourself a Dew Reaper. This tool allows you to harvest large amounts of dew from those plants we talked about earlier, but with this tool, the dew will fill up your liter johns. Having multiple liter johns allows you to harvest large amounts of water quickly from across the world and safely transport it back to base. However, there is a trick to using this tool effectively. You'll want to harvest at the optimal time, right before sunrise, when you can visibly see a blue mist above the plants. This will supercharge your collection rate, picking up those high capacity liter johns, while also saving you from burning through your power pack. If you have a couple teammates in different patches each sunrise, the amount of water you can bring back is staggering. Once you reach the steel tier, you'll begin to build more expensive structures like wind traps that automate the water collection process, siphoning water directly from the moisture in the air to your cisterns. And if you follow all of these tips, your progression and survival up to that technological point should be incredibly smooth. Gaining XP in Dune Awakening, like in most survival or RPG games, is critical to your progression. XP allows you to level up, rewarding you with valuable skill points, helping unlock tech tiers, and giving you research points to spend unlocking crafting recipes. At launch, there will be a race to secure some of the best base. Considering there is a huge PvP component to the game, speed and efficiency are a factor. So how do you gain XP and research points the most effective way? Exploration. It's one of the most essential things you can do in Dune. Points of interest all grant you XP when you discover them the first time. During progression, you should proactively check out as many POIs as you can once you reveal the full map. Larger points of interest, often settlements, usually contain intel points, which you can track on your map. These teal-colored holograms found somewhere in the settlement, once picked up, grant you a number of research points. From the very beginning of the journey, you should start collecting these because the further you get in the research tree, the more expensive things cost, and simply gaining levels won't give you enough research points to unlock everything. In addition to exploration, the other two main ways to gain XP are through combat and harvesting resources. The latter one is obvious and should be part of your natural progression, but the combat side of things matters a lot more than you might think. If you're playing as part of a large group, not being in those excursions and testing stations or densely populated enemy settlements will really set you back, and the level disparity between those who explore and those who don't will become apparent. To help offset this, we've found building our base close to a major point of interest helps jumpstart the farming, whether it's for resources, blood, or XP. You can take this one step further and try to pay attention to the nighttime scouting paths of the Sardaukar ships, the ones that have those massive searchlights. If you build your base in their path, a couple players can easily juggle being spotted by the ship, causing several waves of enemies to drop down and fight, providing you an easy opportunity for blood, ammo, healing items, and XP every night. Fog of War is a natural part of Dune Awakening, and you need to know how to deal with it. Wandering the desert, locating things organically might sound appealing as a survival player, but Arrakis is massive, and you'll learn very quickly how big of a waste of time that actually is. Once you reach the Copper tier, you'll unlock a special set of blueprints, the Survey Probe Launcher and Survey Probe. Craft can take you to a high elevation in each region. This will allow you to fire out a probe, and after a brief time, it will map the entire region for you. We're talking resources, all points of interest, and even terrain hazards in one fell swoop. It's awesome, but you need to do this for every region on the map, and yes, that even means the deep desert later on. Borealis storms will regularly wipe the map, forcing you to resurvey everything, which might seem tedious, but keeps the system relevant throughout the entire game. Once you've mapped the terrain and have access to the entomologist's skill tree, you'll also gain the ability to create sync charts. In theory, these allow you to create physical maps of the areas that you've scanned to be shared with other players. These can be passed around to guildmates, friends, or even sold to other players on the market, which may be valuable when you reach the deep desert, which is over 500 square kilometers. Unlike other survival games, Dune Awakening features a lot of RPG elements, including class and skill progression. One of the first choices you'll need to make is what class to play out of the gate. You're given the choice of choosing between the Trooper, Mentat, Bene Gesserit, and the Swordmaster. This decision is actually one of the biggest traps we've come across in the game so far. Every one of these classes can be learned at some point by completing quests from specific trainers in the world, but you guessed it, that means you need to find them first. This also means where and when you get to interact with a specific class's skill tree can actually be dozens of hours apart within your progression. The last thing you want to do is pick a class that you can unlock a half an hour into your adventures. Wouldn't you know it, that's absolutely the thing. The Trooper, with its Shigawire skill, essentially a momentum-based grappling hook, has one of the best skill trees in the game, but you can actually unlock the class extremely early on from Tabori at Griffin's Reach Trade Post in the first zone. Other classes like the Mentat and Bene Gesserit are learned much later in progression, which means picking anything besides the Trooper will allow you to invest into two different skill trees within the first hours playing the game, giving you a lot more build flexibility than if you had chosen the Trooper initially. It's also worth pointing out you can unlock a 5th class, the Planetologist, early on, who has a skill tree dedicated to making exploration and progression more efficient. Derek Chinara can be found at Chinara's camp, almost directly above the first Imperial testing station. You'll want to talk to him before exploring that testing station, as he does require you to retrieve a specific item within that point of interest. We're not going to spoil where that is inside the dungeon, but know it's a bit hidden, so look carefully, and if you leave without grabbing the Imperial Testing Station Records item, you're not going to explore it. Yeah. While there are testing stations, major points of interest within Dune Awakening, or even exploring some of the more out-of-the-way locations across Arrakis, you'll inevitably come across science chests. Inside them are items called Imperial Permits. Understanding how these work is critical to your overall progression, as they allow you to craft some of the most important items in the game. These are recipes that, when consumed the first time, will unlock a powerful alternate version of the item in the star area of your research tab. But more importantly, it will grant you a single-use permit to craft that item. If you want to craft that weapon, piece of gear, or item again in the future, you'll need to secure another permit for that specific item. This means on many occasions, old locations will need to be revisited in order to stock up on permits you personally find useful to your playstyle. If you've come across one of these items and you've either learned it already or don't really have a use for it, but your guildmate potentially does, you may want to consider leaving it in a guild-accessible chest so players who need to craft this item in a pinch can quickly get the permit that they need. This also ensures that you have a genuine reason to farm locations multiple times to future-proof your progression. Once you've built a small starter base in Dune Awakening and have a solid understanding of the core survival gameplay systems, you're going to want to shift your focus to creating and maintaining your first vehicle, the Sandbike. That little part of the desert you've carved out for a home is a good start, but you'll quickly realize how very far apart they are from one another. In order to get to and from them, you'll need to cross wide swaths of desert occupied by sandworms. Once your base is properly set up, you build your own sandbike from scratch, only after unlocking the respective research nodes. If you chose a locked research menu at the beginning of the game, you'll need to follow the tutorial quest to unlock the necessary blueprints to create the sandbike, which might take a bit longer. Farming the first testing station in Haga Basin South will quickly net you all the resources you need to build a brand new, full health sandbike, but there's more you need to know. We always recommend these 3 things. First, you should always carry a vehicle fuel cell in your inventory at all times to keep your vehicle from running out of power at the worst possible time. Second, you should always have enough wire of the respective tier and your welder on you, which allows you to fix critical components on your bike as they experience wear and tear from your adventures. Finally, and arguably the most important, is to research and carry the all-powerful vehicle backup tool. This will allow you to store your sandbike or a scout ornithopter safely in your pocket and plop them down in a new location at any time. It's amazing. If you weren't aware, every time a sandstorm blows over an area, if you or your vehicle are outside unprotected, everything will suffer catastrophic damage, and most of the time will die or explode. The vehicle backup tool solves 2 problems, keeping your vehicle safe and ensuring you never forget where you park. It's also worth mentioning there are different shelter states that will display on the bottom left of your screen. Unsheltered is the default state you're in while exploring Arrakis. You can easily be exposed to sunstroke, your water meter will drain quickly by default, and vehicles will get destroyed by passing sandstorms. The sheltered state happens when you're under overhangs of buildings, camps, rocky walls, etc. This is the lightest form of shelter, and as such, water will still drain at a moderate rate, but sandstorms will not affect you or your vehicles. The enclosed state provides the same level of protection, but brings your water consumption down to a manageable rate, not too fast or not too slow. Finally, the water-sealed state is exactly that. In this state, you lose water at an extremely slow rate while being fully protected from sandstorms. This is usually reserved for completely enclosed buildings, including your base, underground testing facilities, and sealed caves. Keeping your resource-heavy investments like vehicles safe, along with your precious water supply, is knowledge you'll carry with you until the very end of the game, so we want to make sure you're well informed. Something that you'll always find useful on Arrakis are traversal trips. Driving are great, but you can waste dozens of hours getting around the world inefficiently if you don't master what we're about to show you. First up, make sure you have the Trooper class unlocked. As a reminder, that questline starts at Glory at Griffin's Reach trade post in the first zone. Unlocking the Trooper right away gives you access to the Shigawire Claw. This is a grapple that pulls you through the targeted location with momentum preserved. With that alone, you can easily cross small gaps, skip whole sections of mountainsides, and scale enemy outposts and bases. But let's take that a step further. Get yourself an active directional suspensor device, making sure it's one that enables you to maintain momentum vertically or horizontally. The Emperor's Wings is by far one of the best early suspensors you can get, but it requires a permit found in this science chest at the end of the Imperial testing station in Haga Basin. Jumping and holding space while this is equipped preserves your momentum and allows you to traverse small gaps even better, letting you essentially float yourself over in an arc. You can also use this to safely go down steep drops and land safely, so long as you activate this as soon as you're falling before picking up momentum. Finally, let's unlock full mobility with this by combining the Shigawire Claw and Emperor's Wings. Target a surface and based on your trajectory, activate your jump and float about 3/4 of the way to the pull. This will carry you based on your momentum far into the air. You can cross massive gaps, scale up the sides of mountains, or hop across the ground at a much more rapid pace. And if you can master this technique early, almost all of Arrakis becomes your playground to explore and exploit. So there you have it, some essential early game tips if you plan on diving into Dune Awakening. As always, if you appreciate the work that goes into this video, do me a solid, hit that thumbs up, and consider subscribing. And remember, Legacy Gaming will have a clan on the first available server on NA East, so be sure to join up with us if you want to take on Arrakis together. My name is Kodiak, and from everyone here at Legacy Gaming, thanks for watching, and bye on.
Hello everybody, it is Ebontis, and in this video, my goal is to get you a bit of a beginner's guide, so when you jump into Dune Awakening, the early section is much easier to understand, and there are a lot of good tutorials, so make sure you're reading those, but there's things that you might glance over or forget, so these might be some reminders in that case, but also just things I've learned by playing this opening section like 3 different times between betas and alphas and stuff like that. So, the first thing you're going to do is create your character. Whatever it looks like, totally up to you. Have fun with that thing. It's always good to do, have a good time in those. The second thing you're going to do is you're going to pick your starting class. My advice, personally, is to go with Bene Gesserit for a couple of reasons. One, the Trooper has the Shigawire Claw. Very cool grappling hook. Once you get into actually having your suspensor belt and things like that, you can do some really cool stuff with it. But the thing to know is, the first area you go to that actually has NPCs in Griffin's Reach is going to have that trainer right there. So you're going to be able to get the Trooper unlocked before pretty much anything else. You're also eventually going to be able to get the Planetologist in this area as well. He is mostly just one of those that's more for efficiency while you're doing cut array and a whole bunch of stuff around the world, climbing, stamina, stuff like that. Not an actual class, just more efficiency while you move around. But the Trooper, you're going to be able to unlock early. So if I started as Trooper, and then the Trooper is the early one that I can talk to, I limit who I can pick. Now, you could do Mentat, but, you're talking about a shield wall and a Sentinel. I feel like this is one that you might use much later, so I don't feel like you're going to get... It's not really necessary for early game. And then for the Swordmaster, again, this is one that you will meet later on. So, like, the Bene Gesserit and the Swordmaster are your later trainers that you're going to meet. But it doesn't feel quite as necessary. The main reason I think Bene Gesserit is the way to go, you've got a sprint, and you've got a lot of running on foot that you're going to be doing early on, especially crossing gaps of the desert. It's nice to have a little bit of a speed boost to do that. You've got your Compel, which is a bit of crowd control, because you tend to find a whole lot of enemies in pairs. And you've also got boost to your healing and recovery that you can get here. You can overheal yourself. You can have more self-healing benefits. So having your healing go farther, especially early on, depending on if you're playing solo or with a group or whatever it may be, I feel like those are good things to have. Trooper being the first thing you unlock, then getting the Shigawire Claw so you can actually, grapple hook around and get to high places. Getting an explosive grenade is really nice, and then potentially the assault drone. You can actually direct the assault drone at enemies and just kind of have it run into them directly is really, really nice. Later on, of course, the Hunter Seeker is going to be really cool, but it's going to take a while to unlock that stuff. And early on, this stuff will get you by very, very well, and you'll have some good stuff to work with. So my advice, Bene Gesserit to start for the sprint, crowd control, and healing boost. And then when you get the trooper, unlock him and get a few options here as well. The other trainers you're going to find as you go, and again, as I work through the game, I'll work on videos for different topics, whether it's the best skills, the best build, stuff like that will come later, so just stay tuned for those. But that's my recommendation for class to pick early on, and you can pick whatever you want. That's just my experience where I found the most benefit. The second thing to mention is just pick up everything while you're running around early on, because when I started, I crashed somewhere down here in the bottom. I ran to some rocks so I didn't get eaten by a worm, and you're just going to be running around. You might run into a cave, you might run into a scavenger camp. Whatever's going to happen, you're going to see a lot of materials on the ground, and there are quite a few different ones that you're going to want to actually pay attention to. So I'm going to kill these guys just so they don't take me out. Not accurate when you fire too fast. There we go. So one of them is going to be right here. It is your salvaged metal. So you're going to either find single pickups on the ground of most of these, or you're going to find these chunks like this, small chunks on the ground. And if you scan them, you just like draw the line to cut it, and you'll get the materials. Salvaged metals are going to be good for crafting weapons, crafting ammo. And again, early on, you're truly going to make your first improvised pistol and some basic darts, so you've got some ammo. Ammo craft 30 out of time, not too expensive, but it's nice to be able to have that as an option. Second thing you're going to be running around, and again, here's another one. So I'll get the salvage metal here. If you need some, you can do that. I don't need a ton right now, that's probably okay. Second thing you're going to want to run around and pick up is going to be granite, which should probably be right here on the corner. You're looking up at a whole bunch of copper up there on the mountain. Trying to stay in the shade for the moment. So after scrap metal, you're also going to have plant fiber. You have to get a little bit of this early on to craft your first bandage, but it's also good because you're going to eventually be making clothes, and most of it comes from having some type of fiber that you're going to need to pick up. You'll get different stuff later on. One of the biggest ones is just your heal kits. So you're going to have heal kits on you, and, you know, every plant fiber is 5. Nice thing is, if you're like, hey, I want to craft like 15 heal kits, just queue them up, and then you can go out, and they will craft completely on their own. It's nice that they just sit there and do that, and then you'll have them in your inventory, and I'm generally pretty good to go running around on those. So those are actually really easy to manage. And the other piece is for hydration early on in that first third, it makes you drink some of these, like the Dune flowers. You can get up to the third early on once you do this. We're gonna have a separate part of the video talking about like hydration, actually extracting blood and blood purification. That's a whole cycle of a process, but for a minute we'll get to just like if you're in a pinch very, very early on, look for these pink flowers, you can get your hydration up to its first third, so you're at least there. Next thing we're going to have is granite. Anything that looks like these stone structures here, if you walk up close, you'll see your little cut array icon on it. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow you to build a base. You're kind of an important piece, and depending on what level of building materials you use later on, like when you research some different building materials, you'll get to the point where you have the advanced construction kit, and you're going to have some higher level building materials that you can actually make stuff out of. And when you get to that point, it's actually fun to mess around with that stuff. You're just going to need more and more materials. So early on, grab some granite as you're going around, because once you settle on a place to build your base, it's good to have a decent amount of it on you so you can actually just get it built. Another building material is copper. Now, copper is obviously hard to miss because it's got the big rock structure to it. And this is what you're going to start to use to make, whether it's different armor upgrades, or you might be making your first standby cut of things that need like copper ingots and stuff like that. So not quite as early as, say, granite and scrap metal, but copper is one of those things. This is the first tier of materials. When you go to research, you're going to see your basic salvage, and then you're going to see copper. Copper is what you're going to use in this lower region pretty much until you max it out. Then when you get out of Hagabasin, you make the vehicle, and you go up, then you're going to start to find the ability to make iron products, and that's kind of the progression you go through. But copper, you're going to use it a lot in all of Hagabasin, and until you leave, you're going to be living on this stuff, so you may as well make a decent amount of it. For now, like, you know, see a water cistern so you can water. That's later. So that's 25 ingots, and then to make the ingots, you usually have to melt them down. So you're going to need a good amount of copper, so it is good while you're running around to pick up. Final material to talk about is fuel cells. Now, fuel cells are going to be these things. You'll notice they have a very distinct look to them. They look very crafted, and you'll find a couple on the ground typically around it. But if you see one structure like this, we'll see if I have any fuel cells. Right now I have 6. If I actually scan this thing and break it down, usually it's also a very linear cut. You notice now I'm up to 30. You might need 50 to run your initial starting base for enough time to get you out of it. So if you get somewhere in the range of like 30, 50 fuel cells, you really don't need to pick up more. And as you're running around and picking up all these early materials that you're going to need, you're going to want copper, you're going to want stone, you're going to want plant fiber to a certain point, but again, you don't need to max that one out, but also salvage metals to make all these things. You're going to use up the volume of your backpack much quicker than you're going to use up the like storage cubes, if that makes sense. So I have 35 spots in my inventory total that I can use, but I have a total of 175 volume. The thing to know is like if you drop, you know, like say granite and stone, that's going to use a lot more volume and weight than say plant fibers. So I'm going to pick all this stuff back up. But you just want to pay attention to the volume, because you might farm 200 stone, 100 copper, 200 salvage metal, and all of a sudden you're mostly full, which isn't a bad thing to stockpile that stuff early and then take it all to your very first base. Just be aware that it is a weight-based thing, so if you need to clear out some space, plants weigh a little less than granite stone, for example, and you probably can hold on to your weapons and your ammo because those don't weigh very much. Fuel cells, again, probably don't need much more than 50. Get enough plant fiber, craft yourself your big stack of like heal kits, and then once you're done with that, you don't really need those as much on you anymore. Stone, you know, 200, 300, probably not a bad way to set up your first base. Copper, not as much early, but as you're running around doing more quests, then start to acquire more of that. And then salvage metal, I mean, yeah, you can go through 200 probably pretty quickly between weapons, fabricators, blood purifiers, storage crates, all of those things are going to be beneficial. So as you're running around doing your initial questing, follow your journey through all of your basic quests that you do. So getting equipped, building your first foundation, that's going to kind of be your run through of what materials to pay attention to and pick up and how much of each to go for. Now, this is Haga Basin South. When it comes to a base location, it's kind of really up to you. The main points of interest that you're going to have, because when I started, I tend to end up somewhere on the bottom. You might actually crash land over here on the side, who knows? But one thing to note is just kind of the area that you're looking for. So this structure here is going to have a crash ship. It's going to have the green materials when it comes to crafting. You're going to need some of these for specific things like armor and weapons. The blue icon, the Imperial Testing Station, is an important one because this is for parts that are going to be like your jetpacks that you're going to have, and then eventually your sand bike that you're going to make. These blue craftable materials only come from these type of Imperial testing stations, so it's good to have a reference of that one. Your first major NPC location with the vendor, contracts, and all that stuff is right here at Griffin's house. So if you'll notice, kind of this upper area here, upper middle, is where a lot of your interactions are going to be. Your first trial quest is going to be down here, but it's not too hard to cross from here to here one time. The things that you might actually want to do, though, is like the outposts, because you get intel. Intel is what you use to do research, and that lets you unlock a lot more stuff. So if you want to find all of your intel, you're going to be going here and here, here, and then down here for all of these. If you want to knock all of those out, it's good to have nice intel going into the next zone, so you can pick that up and not have to come back. Anything that's orange, those are going to be the little Fremen caves that will basically have like a hydro sealed, looks like almost like bubble wrap on a wall, like on a door, and then you have to cut it open. There's usually a couple enemies or maybe a booby trap bomb inside, and that's going to be the orange materials that are used for crafting things like your first still suit and stuff. When it comes to where to make your base, like if you crash land over here, I crash landed over here somewhere, you don't want to just like crash land, gather a few materials, and make your base right down here, because then you're going to be like going back here and back and back and back and forth, making these long trips. Try to get to the upper half of Haga Basin South and try and build your base somewhere around these main 3 locations. And honestly, if you build your base near one of like the scavenger camps or a couple of camps, not right next to it where you spawn and you're going to face them, but enough distance where like if I run around the corner from here, I've got 3 sets of enemies that I can kill, that I can extract blood from, that I can get materials from, things like that. So pick a reasonable place pretty close to some enemies, and in the northern set, kind of around these three main structures, because maybe you build your base here, and every time you like load into the game early on, you're going to run the Imperial testing station and gather these blue materials. When you go up to other zones like Eastern Vermilius Gap or Western or something like that, you're still going to go into testing stations. They're just going to be more difficult. So if you're able to stock up on blue supplies and green supplies and some of these orange supplies and take them with you to the next zone, because you will eventually abandon this first base and just leave it, take as many of the value. You'll want to take as many of these with you. So if you like run these places multiple times before you make the cross on your sand bike to go up here, it's actually not a bad thing. And if your base is nearby, you can make this loop pretty quickly. So that's my advice of a base location and why, and kind of the reasons you might venture farther from it. Like if you go get intel here, 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 and then if you go do the trial quest down here, get your intel from all of these the same time that you do it, you won't have a map that looks like this. You'll have fog of war everywhere. As soon as you get to the survey section of the quest, you're going to have all of this visible and you'll know where to go. But if you can look at it before you jump in, hopefully this helps you know. But like if you're looking for locations, you're going, this is the structure here, and this whole grouping of rocks that has the trade outpost. This structure here is the one that has the testing site, and then if you see the wreck, then you'll see this one. If you're not really seeing the wreck and you're kind of stuck over here, look at kind of the map structure to see where you are within relation to everything else. But typically you'll want to go to the other side that you can run to, because this run up here, you're going to need a bike, so don't try and run that one. But if you can run across, then you kind of start to recognize some of these locations. There's maps online as well. That will help you establish a good place for your base, near probably some couple enemies that you can kill every time, get some quick blood extraction, and then you're going to be able to make these loops, knock out your quests pretty quickly, and then the one time if you want to go knock out all the intel, you can do that. But also if you like see all the intel's kind of on the outskirts, you'll make a sand bike eventually, and then if you want to do the sand bike run, gather all your intel, and then go north and leave this area, do that last. That's an option too. But hopefully that gives you an idea of where to build your base, what to keep in mind, and the major locations that you'll be going to potentially frequently in the early stages. So one of your most important things that you're going to have to manage is your hydration level. And you're going to have health. Your stamina can be affected by your hydration. You can actually have like extra stamina if you feel sated, or energy, I forget which one it is. But it's also like stamina cost, dehydration. All of these pieces are going to, there's a lot related to just your water supply. So the way this is going to work is early on, you're going to have to go drink those dew flowers just to be able to kind of survive and get by. They're not too bad, but they will give you just the basics to get around. Then your first thing that you're going to craft is your blood extractor. And it's a very simple thing. You'll craft it very early, and what it allows you to do is basically extract blood from enemies that you kill. So you'll craft your first basic pistol with some scavenged metal. You'll craft your first like little bullets and everything. And then what you'll be able to do is come over here and, you know, take the enemies out. And then you'll take your blood extractor, and I'll be able to gather blood from them. And now it tells you your blood extractor is about to break, which is fine because I'm sure I can make another one. You can also harvest their loot at the same time as you're extracting the blood. So if this thing is low, it's still going to last for a little while, but if I need to craft another one, it is not a big deal. It's just a little salvage metal. So now you can see that I crafted a blood extractor. Another thing to craft is a small blood sac. The one thing I do advise, craft about 3 of those things to start. Because if you go for a decent run, you go down in an outpost or in that like crash ship, there's way more than 3 enemies. So you may as well just be ready to be able to extract a like good amount of blood early on. Later on, the next like the medium blood sac holds like 9,000. But right now, it's good to be able to at least carry 9,000 because your inventory will be able to hold it, and it lets you have a lot more options of what to do with it. Now, in a pinch, like right now, you'll notice my hydration is maybe half, maybe. Ignore the bar on the left, I'll cover that in a second. But what you actually can do is you can drink the blood. Kind of vampire, kind of weird, but what that's going to do is allow your body to actually get the water that would come from the blood. But when you do this, so I drank one of them, you'll notice now, if I pull up my status, I have the blood drinker debuff. It takes my health and gives me about 3/4 of it. But it does boost my hydration status, so it allows that to last longer. And it allows me to potentially not die if I'm in a pinch, because if you don't have any flowers around you, but you did kill an enemy, you can at least drink some blood, get around for a little while, and do what you need to do. Optimally, what you want to do is take your blood, come back to your base, and this is where having all the materials early on to be able to make a base and make a blood purifier pretty quickly is take the blood, bring it to the purifier, and you would deposit it in here. And you'll notice I've deposited a lot, and then it's actually processed over here, so now it's where my water capacity is sitting right here. So what I can do now is I can actually just drink the water if I want to from here directly. That's been filtered, I feel sated, my hydration is mostly full, and now there's capacity for it to process some of that stuff over. But if you go on a run and maybe you're like, okay, I'm going from here, I'm gonna go down in here, I've got some camps, I'm gonna go down to the Imperial testing station, you can easily fill up 3 of these. You don't probably need more than 3 because as you can see, you're gonna need a second blood purifier just to purify them all. But having 3 on you, you could at least deposit 6 of them, have 1 in case you need to drink it, and it's really not that bad because as soon as that debuff is gone, I'll use 1 bandage, which is like the easiest thing ever to craft, and I'm back whole again. So that's not that bad. The next stage comes in making a leader john, and it's basically a canteen. So what you're going to do there is you'll eventually research here, and you'll see the basic leader john takes copper ingots and some of the micro sandwich fabric. That's the Fremen materials, so it's going to be in those orange caves on the map. And you're basically going to make yourself a canteen, and you're actually going to be able to store water in there and just bring it with you. So then you don't have to worry about drinking blood and having the debuff, you're just going to have water with you. And then after that, what's going to happen is you're eventually going to get a tool, which is down here, which is a Dew Reaper, and there's flowers later on at the right time of day, typically kind of at dawn. So as the sun is working on coming up but not too far, you're actually going to be able to extract water just straight from the flowers. And if you got a couple canteens, it goes right in there, and you're just going around with water. But you'll also realize it's going to take like silicone blocks to be able to make this. It takes water to make silicone blocks. So you got to actually gather enough blood, purify it all to be able to make the silicone blocks. Then when you get this one, then you get to that stage. So yeah, early on, the idea of hydration gets to be like a little daunting. You're like, I have to manage this water the whole time. Well, a cool thing that you eventually get, and you'll notice what I'm wearing, is a still suit. And this is one of the early unlocks after you do the first trial of like the Fremen trial things that you do. You're able to actually craft your still suit, and that allows you, as you'll notice, to have a catch pocket. And what that is it basically catches all of your water expenditures from your body, filters them, and you can get a decent amount of that back. The better the still suit, the better it is at filtering. And what I can do is if I hit F, I'm just gonna drink from those catch pockets. And you can see I took 98 milliliters of water, and now I am fully hydrated, and that was just from my suit, from me using it, so you actually get to be a lot more efficient. Now, if you're exploring, that's a good way to go, but later on, you're also going to have the option to make some better armor. You got scavenger rags, which don't really do me that much good, but you come down here and you're like, now I got scout armor. So instead of just my basic still suit, which has got 28 armor, 8, and 11, for example, if I go to just even the scout armor, I'm going to have 56, 37, 28, and 37. So I'm going to go from approximately like 40 armor to probably like 120 ballpark math. Major difference. But later on, once you've got leader johns, things like that, you're going to be able to have canteens of water, so water's not as much of an issue, so you can have much better armor, so you're safer when enemies start to get tougher and things get a little crazier. So that's kind of the progression of what you're going to go between. Early on, blood extraction.
I'm the voice inside your head.
And while you're typically athletic, right now, Brick, you're pathetic.
Shank.
And if you don't have the right auto coverage, the cost of this could hit you out of nowhere.
Blood purification. You can drink the blood in pinch if you need to. Get that filtered, drink it. Still suit can be more efficient. Eventually you can take the water that's been purified, bring it with you in your canteen, the leader john, and at some point you'll be even more efficient where you can just use that Dew Reaper, which looks like kind of a scythe, and just pull the water straight out from those flowers. And it's just more efficient if you do it at dawn, and eventually you're going to need to use water for a lot of things. So that whole loop will happen, but that's just kind of an idea of what you're getting into and what to pay attention to. But early on, you know, your blood extractor, not that hard to make, but I would craft 3 of these when you're making them the first time. That way you've got way more room for those early blood extractions. and then when you bring them back, you've got more if you need it in a pinch to drink, and you can drink 1, 2, 3. It's not going to make your debuff worse. So if you're really low on hydration, drink 3 liters of blood or whatever it may be. Gross, but it works. Get your hydration damn near maxed out, and then you can, you know, wait those 2 minutes and the debuff goes away. But having this much to bring back to the base can be really, really beneficial. If you're ever not entirely sure what to do, your journey tab will cover quite a bit. So in the beginning, you'll see your first set of armor, your first ranged weapon, and if you follow the journey and the quests that pop up, you're going to be set up pretty well to have some success. It tells you how to fabricate a seal suit, do the first trial in Haga Basin, and then right now I'm doing some lessons in cartography and rendezvous with this guy, and you'll be doing some different objectives you go through. But this new beginning quest line is really good at showing you the basics. It's going to help you build your first actual car, or sand bike, not a car yet. And once you do all that, you've actually got a sand bike, and you're going to be able to travel across the gap. And by across the gap, they mean the giant sand gap from here to what actually is finally your next rock structure up here, because you cannot walk that, you will get eaten, but you can drive it because you'll be fast enough. So the journey is a really good thing. If you're lost and not entirely sure what to do, or whatever's out here, you can actually, you know, check all of these things out. You can even talk to apparently the ornithopter pilot and reach a settlement if you want to do that, and that's a good way to travel around early on until you get your ornithopter of your own. So when it comes to building your first base, I kind of told you where, but one thing to make note of is when you put down your actual sub-thief. You'll notice it right here, as long as this guy doesn't shoot me. He might, so I'll just take him out early. There might be one more runner around the corner, we'll see. The sub-thief is where you're actually going to build... Yeah, one more. I have an upgraded pistol, so it's a little bit better. But what you're going to notice is when you build your sub-thief, which is kind of your, like, this is my plot of land kind of thing, it's always right in the middle. One of the first things that I didn't think about until one of my later beta playthroughs, on the right you have build, piece picker, just to pick up piece, move, repair, or but when you like claim your land, the nice thing is you can take this console and you can just move it to a corner way out of the way, and then you just have the big center of your plot of land to play with without having to like work around this thing. So just tuck it in a corner somewhere, as far in the corner as it'll go, leave it there, and now you have the big thing. Now, when you are building, one thing I will tell you, your basics, you just need like 4 foundations. Pretty simple stuff. And the nice thing is, you can build foundations, you can change the height of them, and again, if you want to move them, you can move, which actually I have to build the piece first, so I'm just going to demolish these. But if you're building, you know, you can change the rotation. And also, one thing I would advise, whatever like your top corner is, you know, change your height here to where this foundation is kind of on the top. And then from here, you can actually build out a structure, and then you can do inclines and stuff like that. So your options for what to build kind of get a lot better. One, when that thing's tucked in the corner, but also the fact that like you can mess with the height and the rotation and incline. And then all you have to do just to build something, by the way, all you gotta do to fill it, just hold down the mouse button, and actually will build this piece. And then from here, you could say, okay, maybe I'm gonna... If you want to change sets, by the way, functional utilities, structures. Do I want a door? Do I want a window? Do I want a half wall? You can have a whole lot of fun building with this. But early on, it's just a basic wall. Yeah! And then if you want to have the outer face pop the proper direction, just rotate it. And then again, you can have that wall right there, sitting right there. Now, the thing to know, we have a big sandstorm approaching. And depending on which direction it's coming from, it will actually show up on the mini-map before. Don't know if it's going to actually let me see it.
Make a decision. Well?
Well, what?
What's with the hat?
Oh, this. It's nothing.
It's the loudest nothing I ever saw.
Boy, you just came mosey in here with a brand new hat. Like you're not wearing a brand new hat.
Look, I'm trying something new, okay? Just take it easy.
He's right, guys. Come on, let's not go down this path. It's ugly. Kind of like that.
I got this from a nice store.
What store? The one before you exit the Al Capone Museum? What's up, Gregory? Did you just finish bling ringing Bruno Mars's closet?
I'm being brave, okay? You guys are sheep. You may want to take a long, hard look in the mirror.
Better us than you. You look like a park ranger from a cartoon, boo-boo.
Do you think the hat looks bad?
Oh, me. I would say it's bad. Like, I think it's just different. Like something you'd wear in Indiana. Jones and the Temple of Bad Hats.
Yep, and they're huge. So that's the sandstorm that's actually coming. That's coming. The outer edge is probably going to get me. So you want to make sure your base always has enough power, because I'm going to leave that out there and it's not shielded, and that sandstorm is going to come. And this is where it comes into your stats. Sheltered. So if I'm just on sand, if I'm not, I'm really close to shade, but I'm unsheltered right now. That thing comes in. If I've got a sand bike, if I've got any vehicle, it's going to get messed up and damaged. I left one sand bike early out in a sandstorm. It was damaged. Then you get to the second phase, you've got shelter. Closer to walls, kind of covered up. You're at a point where you have some shelter, some covering. You're in a little bit better space. Finally, you get to a point where you get almost fully covered by like 3 different walls, and you can be enclosed. If you put a building to enclosed status, you will technically be safe. If you're inside, what you'll notice is once I'm in here, I'm actually water sealed. It means I'm not actually going to lose water or hydration while I'm in the building. So it's really important to make sure early on. As I said, like, remember when I said I have 422 power cells in here, which is stupid? It's going to last me for 7 days. Your opening base you might need to use it for like however many hours. So it's like right now in storage, I've got 178 in here, and it's going to last for a week. Overkill completely. So that's why I say it's like find 50 and you're probably fine. Over here, and I've still got way too much. But overall, fuel cell is going to last for plenty of time, but that keeps your base shielded. And then again, you can see the sandstorm has passed. So you can see kind of the angle of where it's at. And now if I come out here, you'll notice these probably have actually been damaged. So if I check for like repair status, they're perfect because they're brand new. Maybe it was just a light storm and it's being nice. But you want to make sure that when you see sandstorms coming, that they are something you really actually pay attention to. But also when it comes to building, mess with it, tinker, it's a lot of fun. And, you know, you might just leave some materials out there and that's totally fine. But I will tell you, moving that initial guy out of the way allows you to have a lot more fun in your building space. And early on, since you will abandon the base, don't make it really intricate. It's not necessary. But later on, if you really get intricate into the base, but then you want to actually copy and paste the framing of your building, not all the functional utilities that are inside the frame later on, I think that'll actually be really cool. But early on, keep it a pretty basic base, because this first one, you're going to abandon. When you finally cross the gap and you're up here, it's a little more epic. So yeah, I know the game does like stuff, but it's hard to show you in-game, live gameplay examples, things about the blood extraction when it comes to combat, pretty simple stuff. And what I will tell you is explore. When you go into the Imperial testing station, open every container, check every corner, you're going to find some secret stuff in there that you'll eventually have to do a contract for. Like when I went into both of those places, I got the Holtzman amplifier, I got this and this and that. So we're part of the contract. I don't even have the contract yet, but if I go into this testing station and I go through it and I pick up the pieces of stuff that I need for the contract that needs it, I already have it done. So it's actually really nice that you can pick up what you need even before it asks for it, and you can be prepared. So overall, when it comes to this basin, all the big stuff's going to be in these main 3 sections up top. You've got the intel that you can get on the outer rim. Maybe easiest just to save that when you're on your final sandbike tour and then bail. Because it's completely abandoned. Shields up! And early on, gather a bunch of resources so you have plenty to mess around in your base. And when you build your base, build it somewhere to the top, work your way up there, and build it kind of close to one of the scavenger camps or something, so you've always got some enemies to kill if you need them around. If you guys enjoyed this one, if you learned something from it, hopefully you did, drop a like below. I've got a lot more videos coming. I'm going to be playing this thing for a pretty solid week straight or so. So look for more from me. If you want to see more, hit that subscribe button, hit the alert bell. If you enjoyed this, drop a like, leave a comment. If you have any early tips you want to share with others as well. Otherwise, like Twitter, Blue Sky, YouTube, Patreon, and I'm probably forgetting one. You know where to find me. It's Evantis and the Cheetah. See you in the next video.
I need you to go undercover. This looks like an outbreak of serial murders.
Where is she? Never get comfortable with violence. I'll do what needs to be done.
We used a Spectrum savings calculator before. I learned that since we're existing Spectrum Internet customers, we get a mobile line for a year.
Having a line for a year would be amazing.
Switch and save with one mobile line included with your internet service.
Shields on! Enemy found! Rots, need reinforcements!
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There's someone here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There's someone here. Reveal yourself.
Advanced Mentat Trainer or Advanced Trooper Trainer. All of them, it doesn't matter. We'll go over every single one of them today. So first things first, you're gonna have to find yourself a trade post, which we're at one right now. Put your vehicle in a safe space like I have here. If you need a trade post location, there are loads over the map. So there's the Anvil in the Vermilius Gap sector.
I see someone. Shields up!
You could go to Griffin's Reach in the southern sector, or you could come to the one I'm at right now, which is over here, just in the middle of the map. Either way, you need a trade post. It doesn't matter which one, you can go to anyone, and you're looking for a very specific person in the trade post. So, for me, they're in the corner, and you'll know they are them as they will have a little ornithopter behind them and they will take you somewhere. So have a chat, and this ornithopter pilot is going to fly us to Arakeen or Harko village. It is going to cost you 2,500 Solari to go to one of these social hubs, but we're going to need both depending on which ones you want to go to, or if you want to get all of them. We're going to first start off by going to Arakeen, where we can find 2 of our advanced mentors. So for Arakeen, we can find the Mentat trainer and the Trooper trainer here. We're going to first get to the Mentat one, and then I will lead you to the Trooper after that. So for the Mentat, we're heading up here. We are going to the bar in Arakeen, and you really do just hit an immediate right on this one and go straight in. Now you're going to want to go to the end of the bar at the back, where that nice blue light is for our Mentat trainer. If you have a chat with him, he will tell you about the advanced Mentat training, and you'll be able to carry on your abilities and learning more from this guy to make your skills more powerful. Once you're done talking to this guy, you'll be able to go and do his quest, which you'll have to go back to Hager Basin for, and you should see a contract and a marker what that might be. To double check this, you could go to your journey tab and look in contracts and then look for the settlement of Arakeen, and you'll see your quest in here. So Advanced Calculated Calamity is a map location for our Mentat trainer in the Seleucian Ball. Coming back to this room, now we're done with our Mentat, we can go and find our Trooper. So we just came from Mentat, we're going to Trooper. Now Trooper is at the top of this area, you'll have to go up the stairs to find her. Yes, it's a lady that will be training us for our beautiful Trooper advanced mentorships. So we're going up here, we're going to go round to the left, and then we're going to hit it and just follow. And you can see it already, that nice blue light is our indicator of where our Trooper trainer is. So we're going to go over here and go and chat to her, and she will give you a quest to continue your Trooper mentorships. Once you've had a chat with the Trooper trainer, she shall give you a quest to go and take down a camp. We can double check that in here in our journey tab like we did with the Mentat one, and you can see it here, Settlement Arakeen, Trooper Advanced Training, and it will tell you what you need to do in Hager Basin. Here's a map reference for our Trooper trainer right here at the top of Arakeen. Now we've completed that, we have to go to our next place. If we're looking for the Bene Gesserit trainer and the Swordmaster trainer, we need to go to Harko Village, which again, you'll have to pay 2,500 to get there. Or you could make your own ornithopter and fly to the border of the map and fly there instead. Okay, we are here in Harko Village, and the two trainers here are actually quite close together, so follow me. I'll show you the way to the Bene Gesserit trainer and the Swordmaster trainer. Welcome to Harko Village. It's very dark and deadly around here. Lots of shops to go to. We're going to go straight through to the ending section because they're right at the back of Harko Village. So yeah, you have to go all the way through it. So we're going to see this laser gate in front of us up here. Now you get the choice. If you go to the right, you're going to Bene Gesserit. If you're going to the left, you're going to the Swordmaster. So first, we will go to the Bene Gesserit trainer, which is literally right here. We're going to want to talk to her to get her quest for the Bene Gesserit advanced training, and she will teach us more about that. Do make sure you got the previous training before you ask her, because you're going to need the basic training before you get the advanced training. We've seen the Bene Gesserit trainer, we're now going to go to the left side of where we went, and we're going to go and see the Swordmaster, which is literally just right there by that big blue ball hovering in the sky. Once we've reached him, we want to have a chat with him. Make sure you got base Swordmaster first, and you're going to be given a quest to go and do, so you can do his training. Much like the other two, once you got the quests, you'll have to go up into your journey tab, into your contracts. You should receive a category called Settlements Harko Village, and you'll have both of the training in there, much like these two. And those are your advanced trainers. You do their mission for them, you come back, and then you give them it, and they will give you the advanced version of the training, which will allow you to do a lot more than you can do just with the basic training. Either way, I hope this video helps you out today. I do have the basic ones if you're still missing some in there as well, so check the video out in the end cards for the basic Trooper training, or the basic Swordmaster, Bene Gesserit, or Mentat. I'll have a whole Planetologist quest video for another separate thing. It's a whole thing, so yeah, it's not going to be in this one, I'm afraid. Either way, I hope it helped you out. If it did, smash a like on it and subscribe. If you'd like to join a server, we do actually have a private Dune Awakening server up right now. So if you'd like to play with us, you're more than welcome. You can join the private server by coming onto the Discord, giving yourself the Dune role, and then you'll find the details there to be able to join and have a good time. Either ways, thank you for watching. I love you, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye!
I thought you said you were fast. I had to let you.
Well, I did just need days. No slow right.
Anyway, come on, Professor. Let's get some trouble.
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go? Atreides and their war levies. Look, I can get you there, but I want a little extra for the trip. All right. Doctor's on the roof. Let's go visit the Red Duke.
Welcome to O'Gary's. If you need it, we got it. And if we don't get it, we'll get it.
Oh, hey there, friend. Looking for anything special?
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris? How much Solaris would you like to deposit?
Hiya and welcome to a Dune Awakening video. Solari to go to one of the social hubs, but we're going to need both depending on which ones you want to go to or if you want to get all of them. We're going to first start off by going to Arakeen, where we can find 2 of our advanced mentors. So we're done with our Mentat, we can go and find our Trooper. So we just came from Mentat, we're going to Trooper. Now Trooper is at the top of this area, you will have to go up the stairs to find her. Yes, it's a lady that will be training us for our beautiful Trooper advanced mentorships. So we're going up here, we're going to go round to the left, and then we're going to hit it and just follow. And you can see it already, that nice blue light is our indicator of where our Trooper trainer is.
Say, stranger, how about staking a broken down old... Okay, if I'm being honest, I actually will spend it on Samuda, but don't let that put you... You can't make it any worse. Promise. Some days it is. It's a fun little thing I do with a moth, not like a bullet. You don't know the half of it. That's precise. Ooh, face down. You ask too much, and nothing personal, but you don't look like you got what it takes. I know a soldier when I see one, and you ain't it. Yeah? Well, I make soldiers, not killers. And they're not the same thing. Huh. You're not going to stop harassing me until I do, are you? How do I even know you're worth my time? Face down in the gutter. I'm still the best damn combat instructor sucking air on this planet. No, don't answer. That's not the kind of question you answer with words. You answer with results. Alright then, Boot. You want a mission? I'll give you a mission. I need you to find a slaver camp in the Haga Basin. Nothing special, just your run-of-the-mill flesh peddlers. These particular slavers are said to possess a technology I'm looking for, called servo-stim transmitters. I want you to kill all the slavers and take their stuff. You keep everything but the transmitters. Pull that off, Boot. I'm in, Sergeant, is the correct response. The details are in the contract, Boot.
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go? The basin is a pretty big place. Could you narrow it down a little?
So we're going to go over here and go and chat to her, and she will give you a quest to continue your Trooper mentorships. Once you've had a chat with the Trooper trainer, she shall give you a quest to go and take down a camp. We can double check that in here in our journey tab like we did with the Mentat one, and you can see it here, Settlement Arakeen, Trooper Advanced Training, and it will tell you what you need to do in Hagar Basin. Here's a map reference for our Trooper Trainer right here at the top of Arakeen. Now we've completed that, we got to go to our next place. If we're looking for the Bene Gesserit Trainer and the sword...
Mir's place? Yeah, I know it. Falker's always... Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go? The basin is a pretty big place. I never miss the chance to let Smiley verbally abuse me. Let's move before a storm rolls in.
Tossing grenade!
Justify yourself. Identify yourself. Need to reload.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go? Atreides and their war levies. Look, I can get you there, but I want a little extra for the trip. All right, Doctor's on the roof. Let's go visit the Red Duke.
You're back. I've been looking for you, Boot. Where the hell have you been? I wasn't sure you were coming back. Did you get the damn transmitters? Let me see. Oh, this is very good work, Boot. Very, very good. Allow me some alone time with my prize, and I will reward you with training. You're back. You're not a trooper yet, Boot. And you owe me some technology that bloody works! Nothing you recovered worked! Every slave transmitter is key to a specific model of implant, and none of the transmitters you found were key to anything useful. I got mad and smashed them all. Then it isn't a total loss, Boot. I'll train you, but you'll have to find more transmitters. I'm working on it. Come back later, and we'll see what my source digs up. You're back. All right, Boot. You ready for another mission? No. Something's wrong. No. If I tell you something's wrong, Boot, something's wrong. I have a guy with smugglers called... That's exactly what you're going... The coordinates are in the contract. If Tuco isn't there, you're going to have to find Anushka Hanavar at her bar. She takes orders for the Order a Kirana brandy. As always, the details are...
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Well, the Harkonnens love their docking fees, so that's gonna... Oh, alright.
I don't recognize the pattern of your footfalls. Who are you? You're in dubious luck, then. I am an adept of the Ginaz school. Millennia of martial knowledge distilled down to the broken form before you. Though I'm but a mangled memory of Saren Valen, a memory is enough to thrash. Then you are more civilized than most of the wretches who scuttle. Seems there's an old custom on this cruel planet to cast the blind out among the dunes for burial by way of worm belly. Several curs accosted me to uphold that tradition. I scribed regret upon their flesh in so bold a signature as they won't soon forget. On guard. You've either received too little or too much training for me to be able to properly shape you. we meet again. The rhyme of your stride, but you find me fell. If you have... Now, I am a walking mausoleum to his name. That is who I was. In the day, would that your belief betrayal, I do not. My more than mere blade, a sword, if there is romance, if warfare is, the great house is employed. From our home, my house fell. As you wish.
Welcome to Hannavars. Follow 3 simple rules and you'll have a good time. Rule number 1. We maintain a sect. You must stay within your own designated casting. This rule is for your... Rule number 2. Rule number 3. I'm Anushka Hannavar. This is my place. That's a special drink. Fresh citron juice is hard to come by on it. Was there anything else with that? You're the second one looking for Tuco, and the same thing I'm gonna tell you. Half the black hearts in the basin know the passphrase. That and a Solari will get you a cup of coffee. Kara sent you, huh? I warned her about dealing with Tuco. Tuco must have finally... Tuco's a slippery bastard. See that room at the back? It's a saloon. He doesn't have a The smuggler, if you want to fun, it's written in.
A kitten wanders in from the dark, lost and afraid. Can I help you, kitten? Kitten, if you needed to know that, you'd know. Why don't you come back and talk to me when you have something to talk to me about? Oh, look, the kitten is back. Do we have business? Kitten. Oh, look.
Welcome back. Because you've nabbed every millimeter and every shape. In truth, we are shamelessly they noted the bones of this particular specimen was in his... Me? No, that he was available at Crazy Nooks and 11 men hide that now hangs behind the Baron's rather ample habitus as a fancy dress cape. At its heart, Grigori, but then Carthage was destroyed. What can I do for you? The same thing that happened. My world had its own primitives that suffered the same fate. back. That's a special drink. Fresh citrus juices are... Was there anything else with that? This...
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want? The basin is a pretty big place. I never... Let's move.
Battery's dead.
The Tesla Powerwalls was the only system that I could buy that would back up my whole house.
We've had outages during the snowstorms.
In today's video, I'm going to show you the quickest way to unlock the Bene Gesserit from start to max level in Dune Awakening. I have a quick guide like this for every class on my channel, plus I have a written version on our website that you can check out if you prefer having a written format on another screen. We'll be using that guide as a reference as well, and it's also down in the description if you're interested. And now, let's jump into the video. Just to cover basic knowledge, you have two kinds of trainers in Dune Awakening. You have the basic trainer and the advanced trainer. The basic trainer has one quest which unlocks the skill line, and the advanced trainer does all the other leveling. They're located outside of Haga Basin. So we'll start with the basic trainer, which means you didn't pick Bene Gesserit. If you did pick the Bene Gesserit already, you can't do the first quest, and you just are going to start with Quest 2 right off the bat, Sacred Records. So let's jump into it. Quest 1, the missing pieces. So if you're watching this early on in your character development, I usually say when I would do these quests, like the Trooper can be done very early, for example, in Mentat, whereas the Swordmaster and the Bene Gesserit are done later. The Bene Gesserit is the most difficult of all of them for its basic quests. It's later in the game. Where it starts is here at Helios Gate. This is an Atreides outpost. You will come in here and talk to Sister Mesa. I usually say, again, when you should pick these up, and I would be doing it probably at the same time you're coming up here to get Swordmaster. And Swordmaster's located right here, and then our Bene Gesserit, what we're concerned with, is right here. When you pick up one, you should get both. These two stations are very close to each other. When you should do it, probably after Iron, maybe when you're chasing Steel. The whole Iron phase is done in Vermilius here. This was in the open beta, and Carbon is going to make you Steel, and you're going to be coming up to this area. So that's around when you're going to want to do it. This whole area is quicksand, and you get stuck in there with the vehicle, you're going under. You want to avoid that. So you either come around this way, or ideally when you come up to Northwest Vermilius, or if you build your base up here, this is kind of your easiest access point. There's a giant cliff here, and Helios Gate is on top of that cliff. So you can either take your sand bike around, go here, and then here, or you could just climb it too with a Shigawire. But moving into our quest, that's about when you should do it, around the Steel phase. And this is going to be more difficult, by the way. You can kind of skip around, so you can maneuver these things if you're a bit more experienced, but the mobs you'll be fighting for this intro quest are tougher. The first thing you're going to be requested to do from Sister Mesa, who's just inside town, by the way, you really can't miss her. If you come in from the north side, which is the front door, she's going to be right inside on the left. Base level 4, she kind of sticks out. You're going to talk to her, pick up a quest. She's going to be sending you west to the Udham, if that is how you pronounce it. So we're going from here, you're going to get two things over here. A text and I think a hilt. I'm not sure, something with a sword. The text is, I think, Lisan Agib. So we're going over here, and there's a cavern just inside, right here. It's Stepstone Village. That's our first point. You only really need to kill one guy. I mean, you could skip him too. Again, if you're kind of under-equipped and doing this super early, you could just go in the doorway, you kind of just hug right, and you can just Shigawire up, and it's on a ledge. Once you pick that up, it's going to update you to get the other quest piece, which is going to involve coming over here. This is, again, high up. This is in Rockwarren Village, and it's actually just beyond Rockwarren Village. You have to go inside a little cave, and you go up there. I think I got pictures. Yeah, we have pictures here. So this is the first one. Again, it's up on a ledge, and then when we go into Rockwarren, again, you could skip these things and just fire up. The way most everything's built in this whole territory, Udham, is it's very vertical. You go inside a building and you're really going vertical immediately for the later things. I also mentioned in here, when you get this second item, which is in this box right here, there is what seems to be like an empty trial room back here. There's a nice chest in there that will have some good loot. So while you're here, make sure you go over there and get that loot. It's a little bonus. But once you've done all that, you get item 1, item 2, you're good. You're coming back to Sister Mesa, you turn it in, and you unlock the Bene Gesserit. Now we've completed that, we've unlocked the Bene Gesserit tree, which has great passives, some awesome skills, very powerful. We're going to move on to Quest 2, and this is going to be the Advanced Bene Gesserit. So, this is in Harco Village. You can either fly here with an ornithopter, and generally at this point, I usually recommend if you're going to do any of the advanced trainers, they're all outside in the city hubs, and you can just fly outside the world map to do that. Or you go to a trade post and pay $2,500 per travel. Because that's going to add up a lot, and it's just kind of a pain, I tell people you should go and get an ornithopter, and the rest of this guide will be done as such, like you do have an ornithopter. It's just going to save you a lot of time. But anyway, Harco Village is where we're heading for the Advanced Bene Gesserit trainer. I have a little map here. You come in from the south of this map. You stay on the first floor. You just come all the way up here. There's a weapon merchant here when you hook a right at the end. And she's right there. Her name's Jocasta. You really can't miss her. So Jocasta Cleo is going to direct us to Mirzabah for the first quest. This is in Eastern Vermilius Gap. Now, another excellent trick I tell people is how we can travel more efficiently to speed this operation up. So you'll leave Harco Village. Cool thing about Harco Village too is you can just go out this exit. So that for one's going to speed you up. When you get outside here, we're going to Eastern Vermilius, and we're going to want to come in from this angle. So it does matter which side you approach in on.
Why do so many people find it hard to break out of financial stress and build true wealth? See, so many of us look like this guy when we really want to look like that guy. This guy right here is struggling from three things that are going to sound pretty familiar. He is trading his time for money, and unfortunately that money just doesn't go as far as it used to. He is taking the little bit of money that he might be making and he's leaving it in his savings account. That savings account is giving him such small rates of return, 0%, 0.25%, 0.5%, never gonna make money. But his retirement account is invested into the market, and that market right now is killing your retirement account. It's annihilating it. So how do we get this guy to look like that guy? Well, it's gonna be a little bit of a strategy change and a mindset change, because this person doesn't invest and spend time like this person does. This person is taking their money and their time and they're putting it into building passive returns. They're buying things that are gonna pay them out month after month, year after year, and ideally, they're looking for returns that are between 15 and 35%. And you're gonna say that's crazy, but I'm gonna show you how we get government mandated double-digit rates of return. And ideally, we wanna invest into something that is secure, ideally secured by real estate. So this person knows something and does something different than that person. And realistically, this one probably knows a secret that's been around for hundreds of years that the wealthy have been using to build wealth, called tax lean investing. And if you're interested in going from this guy to this guy, I want to show you how we're using tax liens to invest and get rid of the financial stress and build true wealth. So follow along, I'm going to show you right now. If you want a head start, we're coming to your area to hold a free tax lien live masterclass. So skip forward and grab a seat right now. Every year, thousands of property owners get behind on their taxes. And the county needs that money to fund all the services that you and I rely on. So in order to get that money, they issue a tax lien against the property and auction off a certificate to the public. Anybody can go and invest in it. So we get to go in and pay the county for those unpaid property taxes. When the property owner finally does repay, we get our principal back, plus a rate of return that's mandated by the government that's typically 15-25%. So we get back our return. Let me show you exactly how you can do this. So you buy the lien, most of the time right online. And you can do this in just about any budget, whether you want to invest $100 or a couple $1,000s, you can invest in tax lien right online. Then this is where it shines. You get to wait. This strategy is completely passive. Once we buy the tax lien certificate, the county does all of the work. They contact the property owner, they collect the money, and they just send you your check. Then that check has your return plus your principal on there, and it's typically that double-digit rate of return that's mandated by the government. And the beauty is, most of the time, the property owner repays in just a couple of months. So we get to take that money and we get to reinvest it again and again and again. But what happens if the property owner doesn't pay? This is where the strategy really shines, because the property, since it's secured by real estate, and because it's a taxing certificate, the investor, you, me, we're in first position. So if the property owner doesn't pay, we have the option to actually own the property for a fraction of its actual value. I call it a huge win. We win either way. But the cool part is, we're not the only ones that win. You see, the county gets the money that they need right away. You and I, the investor, we get to invest our money into something that's giving us a double-digit rate of return. And the homeowner, they get more time to figure out their debt with the government. That's why I call it a three-win strategy. So the way I see it, you really have two choices. You can be this guy, trading time for money, taking the money that you're earning and leaving it in your checking account, your savings account, getting a low rate of return, and hoping that your retirement account doesn't get wiped out by the next crisis. Or you can come to our Tax Lien Live Masterclass and learn how to be this guy. Investing your money into passive returns that are paying out 15 to 25 to 35%, all mandated by the government and secured by real estate. We've already taught over 100,000 people how to do this. Every day that you wait is a day that another investor is making money instead of you. So the choice is yours. Click the link below. Let us show you how to snowball your wealth through tax lien investing. Click the link.
Up for an adventure?
Always.
What is this place?
You made it. What's up, cuz?
You were the last to see the president alive.
Welcome to the pit.
Light them up now!
A crew of pirates is coming.
That was cool.
The Disney Plus Hulu Max bundle. Plans starting at $16.99 a month.
Coming in from here, we'll enter here. If I fly in up at 12 o'clock, I'll come in at the top, etc. I just like to explain this up front, because a lot of people don't know that. Coming into things. Where we are headed is just underneath the hammer. So, the Mentat quest took us here too. It's actually the same location, the same room. You'll fly in, if you fly in from the north, it's going to look something like this. You go right down the tunnel, you pick up a bracelet, go inside there. When we did the Mentat quest, we went in there to poison people in a, we put it in a container. And in my Mentat quest guide, I said there's a hidden chest in the back. That's where we're headed. We're going up there to the hidden chest, and we're going to interact with this. The list of naibs or whatever that we need to pick up for the quest. When you interact with this, it's going to update you and send you to the Stone Sentinel, which is a gigantic stone tower. So the Stone Sentinel, from here, it's right up here. So from here, we're going to fly up. And this kind of updates. This is like a 3-step process. You land on the east side, it'll update, I think, like the north and then the west. And it's really, really, really high. So you probably shouldn't fly your ornithopter. It consumes a lot of fuel, or you can just use the fuel. It doesn't matter. But I just parked my ornithopter like on, I think the second tier, because it'll say like you're at 700 meters and you're still going up. This is a really, really high point. I think it's the highest point in Haga Basin. But this is a good, if you don't have the high mobility type concepts down pat, you know, check out my build. I have the whole Shigiwire and Planetologist and how you can double leap. You can climb this thing in like 10 seconds. So it's real easy, real quick. You climb up to the top. When you get up there, you'll have this you interact with, and you'll take this back. And this is going to advance us to Bene Gesserit too. But again, when you're leaving here, you're close to the north. So fly out the north side, put you back on the world map, and we'll come down to Harko Village and hand this back in at Jocasta. This will give us skill 2, and advancing Bene Gesserit early, in my opinion, is real useful because Bindu Sprint's great. I've seen some people downplay it because you will get an ornithopter to travel, but Bindu Sprint's ability to maneuver you through different areas is crazy, and it scales very well, so make sure you keep that one in mind in leveling. I would put points in it. It'll just help you move through the whole game in these early quests. That brings us to quest number 3, the Missionario Protectiva. For this one, as noted here, you will need a scanner for this step. It needs to be handheld as well. The vehicle scanner will not work. You're going to need a handheld scanner. Now, if you did the intro quest, the first one, we're going to the same place. This is Stepstone Village. That's the very first spot we went in the first quest. So again, we can exit out the top. We come to the world map. Since we're going to Udham, we're probably coming in at 11. All right, 10 or 11, something like that. You're going to drop in up here. Where we are going is right here. So, real quick ride. We come to the entrance here, and we go up to the top room in here. Again, if you have Shigiwire, you can actually bypass a lot of the guys. There will be people up in this room, but you can just come up here too, interact with the quest. It's going to say, hey, you need to scan it. You end up scanning it, and it'll trigger completion and take us to your next step, which sends you just south of here to the House of Ilum. House of Ilum is just yonder, this way. So, actually, I don't even think it's. I think it's like right here. You're gonna shoot just below House Ilum. You can actually park outside. This is kind of like an outpost, even though everything's done in rocks here, and they're not actually like metal outposts. It's functionally like a place that has like an ID band that you would go in. You don't need to do that. There's actually a hole where you can just come in the side here, quickly interact with this, and exit. So this can be done very quickly. But you can clear it out too and get the intel, and that might be of preference to you if you're not well equipped.